What's up, everyone? We're about to go fight this dragon. Time to pack a bowl up. Can't believe I came here last time. I didn't even touch that green. All my. All right, we got it all packed up. Now, if you wanna find her with me. All right, I hope you all are ready for this boss encounter. It's gonna be one awesome fight. Everybody's got that weapon. I guess that's the one that shoots the giant beams. They're your first powerful weapons. That's About to be one epic fight. I can show you what it's like. Right, cheers. All right. Cheers. Cheers, cheers. Cheers. All right. Lena. Hope you are ready for this. That part totally. His head's all upside.
Very well.
Alright. Pulls a sword out. This game is so bizarre.
Join myself and King as remedy.
Oh.
Together we will devour the very core.
That join on that's family. Ow. So I have to attack that part. chop his goddamn leg off. No. Ah!
We can devour God together.
Fuck! Oh. Hey. I'll get this time. I'll use it next. attacking him over and over. Here it is, baby. Give it to me. Hacking away on this week for 5 minutes. Ah, man. It's actually a pretty damn good fight. Ah. Cheers. That was felt good. Kind of cheap. Oh, the lava. The cool arena. Take you over. Okay. Oh, destroy this place. This was old area. The main boss area. Again area. That was pretty. Look up the most secret things in Elden Ring. If we can go get them. Oh yeah. You guys boss?
Unfortunately, as they say, the star that burns brightest burns out quickest. It might also be the last time it's at the Olympics. Apparently, it's been confirmed that breaking won't be returning to the Olympics in 2028. And if this truly is its only time at the Olympics, what a way of going out. This is the swan song you could only dream of. There's an Australian breakdancer named Raygun who has gone super viral. Even my dad was talking to me about her because her routine is something the likes of which human eyes weren't made to bear witness to. This is art that's so beautiful, I don't think the Lord was ready for our peepers to be able to process it. Now, Raygun's name is Rachel Gunn, and she earned her spot to compete at the Olympics this year, and She definitely did leave a lasting impression. If you've been around the channel for a while, you'll know I actually have a history of breakdancing. I actually studied to be a b-boy for quite a while in high school because I was under the impression that if I could be a good breakdancer, I could get laid. So I used to practice breakdancing for hours on end, and I even had my dad film me doing a headspin one time so I could send it to a girl so she'd think I was cool. So when my dad caught wind of this story, he sent it to me like, "Hey bud, you remember breakdancing? Well, it's at the Olympics, look at this." And he sent me the Ray Gun story. So Ray Gun is an Australian B-girl who performed a routine that is fascinating, to say the least. I would love to show you some footage of this, but the Olympics will not let me. This shit would get struck down so quick. If I even thought about including a video clip of her routine here, my computer would probably explode. They keep this footage on lockdown harder than Fort fucking Knox. So instead, I'm going to show you some pictures, and I'll do some of the moves, because for the first time in history, I feel like I can perform at an Olympic level when it comes to Ray Gun's routine. Now, viewers have been comparing this to like a Napoleon Dynamite routine, but not nearly as inspired, and apparently she had the lowest possible score, which was 0. I didn't watch this live, and I can only find a couple of re-uploads that haven't been taken down yet, so I can't see what the scoring was, but according to the articles, she didn't record a single point from any of the judges. So I'll demonstrate some of the moves here to the best of my ability, and try and capture the magic. So her signature move, the one that you're seeing everywhere, was her kangaroo pose. So what happened is, she started with like, you know, top rocking, like getting set, and then she did this at her opponent. So I've actually been practicing the routine for about an hour now, and I think I've got it down comfortably. Like, I think I've got it down pretty well, because these moves aren't foreign to me. These aren't new. I'm familiar with a lot of these maneuvers because the way she moves around in the breakdancing competition here is the same way I move around when I am dangerously drunk, just stumbling around like and crawling on the floor. So I'm gonna do my best here. There is one move I won't be able to emulate because she does do a power move, which is a headstand, and I'm too old to be doing that. I'd probably snap my fucking neck. So time to turbocharge with some goof juice and get after it. Oh, goof juice is available at gamersupps.gg/moist. Go ahead and pick that up. It's the best flavor of any beverage ever. Let me clear some space. I don't want to destroy everything in my room. So one of her big moves that you'll see is after doing her 6-step, which was, I can't really do the 6-step very fluidly anymore. But after doing this, she's here and she does this. Can you see me? Alright. She does. Damn it. Across the floor. She skates around like this for a little bit. I changed camera angles so you don't miss any of the action. So keep in mind, she's not on carpet, so she is actually sliding while doing this and like pushing off, so she's getting some like propulsion. But she finishes here, and then it's here, and then she cranks back, then here again, then here, and then it's this. After like a pseudo dozy do or like a JoJo Siwa dance move where she hits that, she drops, comes here, pushes off with this leg going across, collecting, and then she's going back down like this, and she starts scooting across the ground like that. I'm trying not to blow out my knee, so I look like a crab, but hers is just on her knees like that. And then from here, it goes big spin, huge spin. She's back here, and then it's the headstand. Fuck it, I'll try it. Let's see if I can remember how to do it. With some of that. Just realized I was facing the wrong way for the headstand, and I want this as true to the routine as possible. So she's here, and then it's...
I gotta see what the comments are. Hilarious. You're a retard.
A game filled with
This item is technically impossible to get, not just because it's out of bounds, but because for the majority of Elden Ringers it flat out disappeared. Due to a unique connection with the golden seed slightly earlier in the area, this particular one can become unavailable if you pick up the other one and then reset the area. Getting both is possible if you avoid resting or traveling, but you likely won't know about this weird design choice your first time around. Speaking of weird, seeing this unfamiliar animation might be the single hardest thing in the entire game, because it's practically impossible to stagger dragons like Fortnite and Lanceax despite them only having 140 poise. The problem lies in the damage reduction, as ancient dragons take 60% less poise damage to the body and for some reason even 20% less to the head. Levy from the future here, turns out Fortnite is nowhere near as bad as the other ancient dragons. While their head is supposed to be the weak spot as well, they only take minuscule poise damage from some of the strongest weapons. But after some testing I found out that only the eyes take the poise damage they are supposed to, and given that Fortnite doesn't have this problem, I think it might just be a bug. Anyways, the lower an enemy's poise, the faster it starts regenerating, which means that they start regaining the poise pretty quickly. Combine that with them taking reduced damage and their head being harder to hit than a dragonfly, and it becomes obvious why most people end up beating the boss before even getting close.
What up? My bad, Spooky. Here, let me do that for you. My apologies. What's up? I haven't seen you in a hot second, bro.
Yo, what's up, Spooky HRU?
How you been, man? Turn the voice on for you for a moment.
Try Rivers of Blood.
Rivers of Blood. Okay, let's see.
My house.
Oh, it's a build. Oh, I'm done. I'm done with the game. I'm on New Game Plus Plus.
It's a op bleed weapon.
Where's it at? Let me go get it. I think I might have it already. Let me see. Katanas. Yeah, I've got it twice. Yeah, it's a good weapon. No doubt. I like my weapon though. Although I'll be honest, that one that I just got does look rather interesting. Have you beaten this boss, right?
Our old saying. I forgot. But yea, I know.
Yeah, this one's... I don't like this one. I like the weapon that I carry.
I think so.
I love my weapon though.
Have you done any challenge runs?
No, no challenge runs. I'm not like good enough to complete the game within hours. You know what I'm saying? I'd have to keep playing to get that good. I was thinking about gunning for New Game Plus 7. Mania's dead. Everybody's dead. I beat everybody.
Melania.
I think. I haven't done any of the dragons up here because I haven't gone to this area. I haven't gotten every single little like red room or 100% at the game.
Oh.
I was thinking about trying to 100% it. I mean, I've done almost everything, pretty much. Can't remember what's in these guys. Oh, so that's what I was looking up. I was looking up, I was gonna look up Elden Ring hidden bosses. Rage gaming videos.
Together to form Optimus Prime, the final Great Rune boss? Whoa, man, spoilers! Ladies, gentlemen, and tarnished of all ages,
I've seen this guy a bunch.
Ring, one thing is inevitable. Bosses. Whether main story bosses or side bosses, they are absolutely everywhere, and they are absolutely the most major part of this game. But specifically in a game as open as Elden Ring is, it can be really easy to miss some of the cooler or more rewarding bosses simply because of how densely packed the game is as a whole. And as such, today I will be showing you another 8 optional bosses that you don't want to miss in Elden Ring. There will be fair warning before showing each boss on screen, and I will tell you beforehand how to get to the location. So anyone who simply wants to trust my opinion on bosses and just go do them, follow the maps and then the timestamps. Otherwise, I will show a little taste of each one to whet your appetite for destroying them. Without further ado, first today is located in the K.L.U.R region of the game, essentially right next to the Church of Dragon Communion in the south. From here, you want to head out northwest and walk about 30 feet, and there's the boss. That said, I've been to the Church of Dragon Communion multiple times myself before I actually ran into this boss because I simply approached from the other direction. It's a cool boss fight, and as a reward, he unlocks a very strong incantation that inflicts Scarlet Rot on enemies. Now, a few seconds of warning before I show the boss itself, which is going to be Decaying Ekizikis, which sort of sounds like a JoJo name. And he's the Dragon of Rot, not the Rotting Dragon, no, that's someone else. This is a dragon that has control of Scarlet Rot as its main form of element, and, well, it's really cool. It may not be particularly inventive as a difference from the other dragon fights.
How about DS3?
What's DS3?
Absolutely terrifying. So the
Dark
active
Souls
experience of
3?
fighting one is definitely a moment that you'll want to have yourself in your Elden Ring journey. Secondly comes a boss accessed in a really roundabout way that involves purposefully dying. The path to this one starts in the Liurnia region, and the quickest way to get there involves being about halfway through Rhea Lucaria Academy. Once you're at this point, head to the Church of the Cuckoo Site of Grace and, make sure to spend your runes first. Then, out to the graveyard and follow the path until you reach the giant water wheel type elevator. Use this to go down instead of up, and then instead of jumping off at the bottom, just keep going until you fully fall off. At the bottom, you will find an enemy who exists to strike fear into you. What you want to do is die to them. Not to anything though, don't go ahead. Specifically, do you need to die to this grab attack? And well, it's not hard because they really want to do it to you over and over and over. Once you do die to this, you will be teleported to a location called Volcano Manor, specifically very deep in the lava section of this area. The path from here is more or less one way until you reach this big open chamber. Jump off the side of the main structure to walk off to the cave in the backside, follow this to the chamber at the end, and look for, or I guess watch out for, the pitfall trap that will bring you to the next area. Just next to a boss fog wall containing none other than today's targets? Yeah, I can say targets without giving away too much. Upon death, this drops a cool looking trident that doesn't have a particularly unique skill at all. Now showing you the actual boss located in this room themselves, it's the Abductor Virgins! These poor guys, never getting any action. Well, maybe if they stopped abducting people, they'd be more attractive. That's right, you heard me right. The name of the enemy that you let consume you to kidnap you was an Abductor Virgin, and at all. Now showing you the actual boss located at all. Now, just next to a boss fight.
Wow, let's go find that one.
And he at the bottom, just keep going and to strike fear into you. What do you want? Wheel type elevator. And follow the path until you reach the giant academy. What's the quickest way to get there involves being about halfway through Raya Lucaria Academy. Once you're at this point, head to the Church of the Cuckoo site of Grace and, make sure to spend your runes first. Then, out to the graveyard and follow the path until you reach the giant
crazy
type elevator. Use this to go down instead of up, and then instead of jumping off at the bottom, just keep going until you fully fall off. At the bottom, you will find an enemy who exists to strike fear into you. What you want to do is die to them. Not to anything though, don't go ahead. Specifically, do you need to die to this grab attack? And well, it's not hard because they really, really want to do it to you over and over and over. Once you do die to this, you will be teleported to a location called Volcano Manor, specifically very deep in the lava section of this area. The path from here is more or less one way until you reach this big open chamber. Jump off the side of the main structure to walk off to the cave in the backside, follow this to the chamber at the end, and look for, or I guess watch out for, the pitfall trap that will bring you to the next area. Just next to a boss fog wall containing none other than today's targets? Yeah, I can say targets without giving away too much. Upon death, it's never getting any action. Well,
Abductor Virgin boss. Okay. Elden Ring. Abductor Virgin boss.
and now...
Hey everyone, Sweet Johnny Cage here, back with another guide for Elden Ring. This time I'm going to show you how to find and defeat a secret set of bosses, the Abductor Virgins. So I've broken this video up into two parts, so just check the timestamps in the description in case you're just here.
Let's see what he says, and then we'll go find these two and fight them. Let's pack one up really quick.
Leads up to it, and then I'll show you the actual boss strategy. So if you just want the strategy, just feel free to skip to it. The first part of this is for folks that want to know how you're supposed to know where to find this boss in the first place. So without
Sweet
further
Johnny
ado,
Cage.
let's get started. In Liurnia of the Lakes, you'll eventually want to find the Scenic Isle site of Grace, and there you will find Patches the Untethered. However, he will not appear here, I don't think, unless you found him in the Murkwater Cave back in Limgrave. So if he's not here, just walk up the river where you fight Bloody Fingered Nereus and look
Yo,
for a
Galaxy.
side wall.
Yo,
You'll
KB.
find Patches there.
Yo, what's up, Galaxy of Vibes HRU?
Once you talk to him, you want to select the talk option from his dialogue menu, and then he will tell you the story that he heard of how to get closer to the Erd tree via a shortcut.
You're making your way to the Erd tree, no? Well, I heard something that might help. A special means of reaching your destination.
I am doing good HRUKB.
The clunky contraptions are whirlwinds of sickles and spiked wheels. But long ago, they were endowed with a spell of transposition. And get this, a surviving virgin sits at the bottom of the big water wheel in the Academy of Rhea Lucaria. Its transpositional powers fully intact. So right, if you get caught in it on purpose, it'll chuck you out straight at the base of the Erd tree. Or so I'm told.
Listening to patches is not required. Once you have this knowledge yourself, you can just go do it. Patches is not a requirement for this, but I figured I would include it just in case folks are wondering how anyone could have figured this out. Patches is the one who told me. So there you go. So you want to continue your adventure until you reach the Academy of Rhea Lucaria, and
I need
then
to go
maybe
Academy.
15% of the way through that area, you will see the giant water. You're wondering how anyone could.
I haven't even done the Academy. Well, I guess I know where we're going next, to the Academy. Let's hit up this Academy. We're gonna find this thing. So we'll just play through until we find the giant water wheel. Once we get there, then we will
These are actual brackets that I designed myself. Pretty good to me.
Alright, we got that packed. I am putting a little dab on top, Mr. Galaxy. Mr. Spooky.
Got one packed up.
Cheers, brother. Let me check something. Okay. You'll see 17 next week.
Cheers. Galaxy of Vibes. Cheers num 19,034.
Alright, cheers, Galaxy.
Galaxy of Vibes. Cheers 1872.
Oof. Yeah, cheers.
Bing bong bing from Galaxy of Vibes number 200.
Okay, let's go see if we can find this.
Daddy.
Oof.
Impressive.
Coughing, man. Excuse me. Okay, here we go. It's been quite some time since I've been here.
Can you impregnate my sister? I already tried. WTF. We need to build an army, come on man. Please, robot friend.
Mr. Galaxy, Mr. Spooky.
Mr. KingBong. Love you. Daddy, I love you. Daddy, drill my mouth.
Yeah, I think they were getting a little creepy. They were weirding us out a little bit there. So,
Mr. Pib trolling, I have to get you out of here.
yeah. Mr. Fred, why are you getting creepy on us? Why you getting creepy with the na 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 na? Getting creepy with the na 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 na. I remember doing this place too. This was like early in the game. The game was reminding me big time of like World of Warcraft and stuff like that with the big like locked doors and the things to open. It was just cool, man. Oh, they're shaking my... They're biting me and they're taking my magic. Those bastards. Even at this level, they know how to get you, don't they? Ah, they're all over me. I might just need to go back to the other blade for the moment. Thing kind of swings around so big that it's...
I tried to give Mr. Pib a warning, but he kept typing before I said anything. Lol.
Yeah, you know what to do. It's fine. We knew where he was going with it. I was about to call it out, but I was just giving it a chance. I was giving y'all a chance. Trust me, I appreciate it. I think when I was first getting these, I was like, what in the hell is that? Look at this. Oh, I thought that
No
was
problem, I always got your back.
Really? I have those. I only have them one time. Interesting. I find it interesting when I'm running through here and I'm finding things that I feel like should have been found the very first playthrough, you know? And I'm thinking back to myself, like, how it was for me in the beginning. And the way I forgot stuff. And the way I learned and I didn't know. Isn't she lovely? Teleport me. What? Oh, it does. It's almost getting prunes, man. Damn. Dude, tripping, man. You know, my runes when they're the ones that want us to do this. Hey, Fruit Loops. What's up, brother? How are you doing? Good to see you, my friend. Did you guys see me fight the dragon earlier?
Could have figured this out. Patches is the one who told me. So there you go. So you want to continue your adventure until you reach the Academy of Real this week. The bot is running. So we'll stumble upon the abductor arc because you are going to want as much health and stamina as humanly possible for you throughout this fight. This is a 2v1. The first abductor version. For this boss fight in particular, I do recommend using a rune arc because you are going to want as much health and stamina. Stumble upon the abductor version's boss fight. For this boss fight in particular, I do recommend using a rune arc because you are going to want as much health and stamina as humanly possible for you throughout this fight. This is a 2v1. The first abductor version has the wheels, and then the other one has swinging sickles. In my opinion, it is easier to take down the one with the wheels first because it is the most mobile first, because the wheel one is always going to be chasing you down. Blade has teeth as well. And then pop expose its sickles when it's only doing
driving down the road, and all of a sudden, bam! There was a crack in our windshield. You know.
Hey everyone, Sweet Johnny Cage here, back with another guide for Elden Ring. This time I'm going to show you how to find and defeat a secret set of bosses, the Abductor Virgins. So I've broken this video up into 2 parts, so just check the timestamps in the description in case you're just here for a strategy for the boss. First, I'm going to show you how to find the boss and all the information that leads up to it, and then I'll show you the actual boss strategy. So if you just want the strategy, just feel free to skip to it. The first part of this is for folks that want to know how you're supposed to know where to find this boss in the first place. So without further ado, moving around the room. You are completely safe while it is swinging its sickles around itself. So I'll employ that strategy once we get that one on its own. At this point I'm just trying to play it a little bit safe because I only have 3 flasks left. And I did use my Wondrous Flask caught in its arms. I don't think just dying to like the mechanic itself, you can just go do it. Patches is
You're making it.
Oh shit. I feel like I'm not hitting either one of them. Finally got down here to fight these guys. Yay! Okay, yeah. Inquisitor Grandolo. Oh, check it. The back. It's the back entrance to this place. That's wild. Conductor Virgin. It sucks. They aren't even worth fighting. Give me this what weird weapon trident thing. I don't know how that equates to them. They've got like big swinging blade things. But whatever. Cool. Oh. Aha. Oh. Why is that useful? I do a mission to retrieve our things and fighting. Retrieve our runes. I don't want 100%. I like want to complete this game all the way. Boss they got for us.
Made that up. Third on today's list is a boss found in the Altus Plateau, specifically just a bit north of this main bridge in the south, though you have to access it by going around as there is a bit of a cliff leading up there. At the top is a location called the Sainted Hero's Grave, and the first time that you arrive here there will be a boss outside of the place on the ground level. Upon death, that boss will give you one of the best daggers in the entire game. Not going to show it until the boss section as it sort of gives away the boss, but this one is definitely worth going for that reason if nothing else. Moving on to show the actual boss itself now, it is the Black Knife. He doesn't pose much of a threat as some of the other Black Knife bosses do in the game, but he is in a bit of a surprising location to find a boss in Elden Ring once you get more used to the formula of them sort of being inside the places instead of outside. And that dagger I mentioned earlier is pretty damn sick, by the way. Big recommendations on this thing. Fourth up comes a boss that technically has two versions, and while I will be explaining the basics of how to get to both, I'll only be showing the specifics of the version that gives you a remembrance you can trade for boss gear. In both Siofra River and Nokron, the Eternal City, as you wander the area you may notice these stone pillars with unlit torches. Lighting all of the torches in Siofra unlocks the boss in Siofra, doing the same in Nokron unlocks the boss in Nokron, which is the harder version. What you've been watching on screen is the path to all of the torches in Nokron, starting off from the bridge in front of the Mimic Tier Site of Grace. With all 6 torches lit in Nokron, head to the Hallowhorn grounds and interact with the creature there to be sent to the location of the boss fight. The rewards from this are pretty decent, but are things that you purchase at Roundtable Hold, so I'm not going to be showing you them before the boss. So let's show the boss in just a moment, and this one is called the Regal Ancestor Spirit. This is essentially the beast that all the little dudes in Nokron and Siofra pray to. A crazy spirit deer, and this fight is absolutely nuts in a really good way. I wouldn't describe it as particularly difficult as a fight, but it is quite the spectacle and an enjoyable time to behold as well. Fifth then is unlocked once you reach Lindell, the capital city, and specifically if you start from the Avenue Balcony Site of Grace in the middle of Lindell, and head down this well, you will find yourself in a sewer system. This place is an absolute maze, and if you were hoping for a nice quick shortcut to the boss at the end, you're going to be in for a little bit of a disappointment, because while what you are watching on screen right now is the fastest way that I know of how to get there, and is playing at about 4 times the normal speed, it is still going to continue for quite a while longer. On which note, if the path footage is ever going too fast for you, feel free to slow down the video to get these specifics. And about this time, if I'm lucky, we've reached about halfway on the path. I'm not kidding when I said this thing was long. How's your day going? Oh, you can't respond to me right now? This is a pre-recorded video. That's a bit sad. I might go make a sandwich or something. I mean, you guys don't really need me for at least another 20 seconds. Like, I wasn't kidding when I said it was long. Like it really takes a damn time getting this elevator thing. Elevator! Who doesn't like elevators? And the Site of Grace at the bottom of them. Directly forward from here is the boss that claims this entry on today's list, and it gives you a very nice talisman for the mid-game called Erdtree's Favor +1. Without further ado then, here is the boss himself, Moog the Omen. This is an earlier version of a later boss in the game, essentially just a sneak peek, a taste of something that will likely kick your butt much harder later in the game. He fights with blood magic in quite some interesting and creative ways. He looks funky, and the reward for defeating him is
some of these
nice.
bosses are really
This,
cool
you can
on
go
your
through the
first
entirety of Elden
playthrough.
Ring without ever realizing that there is a
Sure.
sewer under the city if you don't go to the right places. That said, once this boss is defeated, don't be too hasty in leaving the area. There may just be a secret or two to find behind the chest. Just make sure that you don't open any doors you don't trust. You hear me? Sixth up today is, well, in his own entirely unique area, basically created for him. This one is a really big deal, specifically one of the 6 Great Rune bosses of Elden Ring, but a number of these bosses are optional, and therefore missable. This one, interestingly, while many people consider it one of the hardest bosses in the entire game, can be accessed surprisingly early in your journey if you want to. Step 1, the first time you're at the first step Site of Grace, right at the very start of the game, a man in a white mask will be waiting nearby to speak with you. If you've already left without speaking to him and you go back, he'll just leave a message on the floor that you need to interact with. This will tell you that you will be waiting for you at the Church of the Rose in Liurnia. He isn't lying, he'll be there. Find him there and he'll ask you to do invasions. So do 3 invasions and return to him to be given an item. Bring this item to the corpse of a finger maiden, the easiest one that you can find being at the Church of Inhibition in the northeast of Liurnia. Then return to the Church of the Rose, where he will give you another item. This time use this item to be teleported to a whole new area of the Elden Ring map. For this reason, I've moved
Wait, which one is this one?
to this part. So skip forward now if you don't want to see the map at all. The path from here, where you get teleported, is really as simple as go forwards up the stairs until you reach the gigantic elevator, at the top of which, and behind my gigantic hammer, will be the boss himself, who is Mohg, Lord of Blood. Don't expect an easy time here, really. This guy is built to hurt you, and he will. When he dies, he will eventually drop a Great Rune and a Remembrance and a buttload of runes. And, well, you'll have completed an entire section of the map, so there is that too.
He's optional.
Then there is a boss that you reach at the
But now
end
he's
of
required
Lindell,
because of the DLC.
but one that so many people can quite easily miss.
Huh.
After the end of this area, you are told to head to the next region of the game, and naturally many players do exactly that in the most straightforward line possible, heading across the bridge and then down the elevator right out towards the next area of the map. If instead, at the top of this elevator, you continue towards the Divine Tower on this bridge, you will find a particularly cool boss fight, which I will be showing on screen right about now, the Fell Twins. When you start this fight, all light is sucked out of the world. When you are fighting in a black void against two demonic creatures, what hope can you have? They can very much be taken one at a time if you kite the slower one properly, but this one is much more about the cool factor than it is about the challenge provided. And when the fight is over, you can get yourself a named summon as a reward too, which isn't bad by any means as far as I'm concerned.
Cool.
Finally, today is a boss located in the consecrated snowfields region of the game, which you can unlock as soon as you
this a
can reach the
dragon?
mountaintop of the giants. In order to get here, you need to assemble the Halig Tree Medallion. One half of this is directly east of the village of the Albinaric Site of Grace in Liurnia, being held by a man inside of a pot. The other half is all the way at the very tippity top of Castle Sol in the very north of the mountaintops region. Once you have the full medallion, go to the Lift of Rold near the start of the region and switch the prompt over to Hoist Secret Medallion to be brought to a whole new location, the Consecrated Snowfields. From the first site of Grace in the area, head directly northeast until you pass the carriage-based enemies, then keep going northeast until there is an inlet to the right side rocks. Follow them up to find a door to the Consecrated Snowfields Catacombs. The boss at the end here is a really cool enemy, and not one that you are likely to have seen before this point in the game either. He also drops a piece of his armor upon death. Without further ado then, the boss of this location is the Putrid Grave Warden Duelist. This big boy fights with a crazy rotting great axe, and it is essentially just another variation of humanoid enemies in the game, and he definitely earns the category of boss. His attacks aren't crazy hard to predict, but they do hit sorta hard, so he at least has that going in his favor. The armor piece that I mentioned him dropping is, of
Does
course,
he give you the
cloak
hack?
with no shirt. So it's a chest piece without a shirt. I love it. Alright everyone, I've been Cotton Dinosaur from Rage Gaming Videos, and this has been 8 more optional bosses you really don't want to miss in Elden Ring. Are any of these bosses a surprise to you? Are there any even more obscure bosses than these hidden away in the game that you know about and we haven't mentioned? Like if you like the video, subscribe to the notification bell for more, and most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, until next time, stay sweet.
Josh, Cotton, and Hollow with the videos, dropping the humor like a hammer on your tippy toes, bringing entertainment on a daily arrangement to take our insanity and turn it into entertainment. Yes, I said entertainment twice. To reiterate that it is nice to look into your faces on a mostly daily basis.
Right? We don't do art stuff. But we were all so inspired with the fire. Part of it is
death resides. This is actually an essential location for one of the game's endings, but it all revolves around whatever this giant creature is. You don't actually get to fight this thing, at least not yet, but it's still a hell of a thing to just wander into. Now down at number 1, the Frenzied Flame Prescription. The subterranean shunning grounds below Lindell shouldn't belong on any best of list. You know, this place is miserable. It's a confusing maze that combines the worst elements of the sewers and Blighttown from the first Dark Souls game. It just sucks, frankly. But in its deepest reaches, you can actually find one of the Elden Ring's craziest secrets,
Demon
the
Souls.
Frenzied Flame. It may seem like this shrine at the bottom of this place where the boss is found is a dead end, but if you return to this location and touch the shrine, a secret path will open that takes you to this creepy as hell tomb filled with the corpses of nomads who look like they've gone mad, and a few still living ones who can kill you just by looking at you. It'll take some tricky platforming to get to the bottom of this place, but if you manage it, you'll find yourself in a room containing this hellish-looking door that there doesn't seem to be any way to open. Now, we assumed for a long time that you needed some special key or an NPC or something to open it, but the actual solution, which we found, again, totally by accident, is that you have to strip your character naked, and then you can open the door. Seriously, that's what you have to do. The three fingers will brand you with the frenzied flame, and now when you enter the forge, you'll get a different cutscene than normal, which locks you into this secret ending. This whole thing is one of the deepest and darkest secrets in the entire Souls series, and it's incredibly satisfying to discover. Those are the best ones, but we got a bonus one we wanted to mention, returning to the starting area. You know, the beginning of Elden Ring starts you at this place called the Chapel of Anticipation, but it doesn't take long for you to get killed. Then the game drops you at the Stranded Graveyard, and that's where the actual open world starts, but it seems like there's no way to get back to that chapel where everything started. But if you manage to get to this area called the Four Belfries, northwest from the Academy, you can find a portal that'll take you back to the starting area, and in classic Dark Souls fashion, there's a few special items you can pick up while you're up there. Now, it's not as elaborate as returning to the Undead Asylum from Dark Souls, but it's nice to get a chance to go back to this place and smoke that first boss. Those are some of the coolest little secret locations and places we stumbled upon in the game, our favorites, but we want to hear yours down in the comments. If you've been deep in this game, let us know what you've discovered. If you enjoyed this video, if you like those. Now down at number 1, the Frenzied Flame Prescription. The subterranean shunning grounds below Lindell shouldn't belong on any best of list. You know, this place is miserable. It's a confusing maze that combines the worst elements of the sewers and Blighttown from the first Dark Souls game. It just sucks, frankly. But in its deepest reaches, you can actually find one of the Elden Rings. Make your way up the roots from here to the base of the Erd Tree, where you'll find this gigantic arena where the Prince of Death resides. This is actually an essential location for one of the game's endings, but it all revolves around whatever this giant creature is. You don't actually get to fight this thing, at least not yet, but it's still a hell of a thing to just wander into. Now down at number 1, the Frenzied Flame Prescription. The subterranean
Frenzied Flame. Look this up really quick. Doing a little exploration here. We're trying. Well, can I catch a damn like? Go offline. Uh-huh. Huh? Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. So which one? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's okay. You want some? Mold the Omen? I don't remember where that dude is. I'm gonna look up so much stuff. You know what? I can't figure out where they're talking about. What area is sewer?
Which happens, like, oh, I'm gonna live in the woods. Ultimately, I just want to be able to protect my family, you know? Like, one of the biggest things you need in any crisis situation is water. Oh, that's video, right?
So, is this guy really that crazy in person?
Yeah, it's getting hard.
Oh, so what is that? That's a boss, right?
Provided. And when the fight is over, this reason I've moved the spoiler block of this section to this part. So skip forward now if you don't want to see the map at all. The path from here, where you get teleported, is really as simple as go forwards up the stairs until you reach the gigantic elevator, at the top of which, and behind my gigantic hammer, will be the boss himself, who is Mohg, Lord of Blood. Don't expect an easy time here, really. This guy is built to hurt you, and he will. When he dies, he will eventually drop a Great Rune and a Remembrance and a buttload of runes. And, well, you'll have completed an entire section of the map, so there is that too. Seventh, then, there is a boss that you reach at the end of Lindell, the capital city, but one that so many people can quite easily miss. After the end of this area, you are told to head to the next region of the game, and naturally many players do exactly that in the most straightforward line possible, heading across
Lindell. Or, Lindell location. Where we started. That's where we came up from. And here.
I don't like those dudes, they flare their arms with those knives.
Yeah, they're not bad. They're not the bad.
Next step. But it's evenly distributed.
All right.
One shot, one kill.
Like a past where I'm supposed to be. Whoa, there it is.
Those swords are badass.
Yeah, I like them. They help a lot. They take care of a lot of problems at once. I can hit like 10 targets at once. Their Radon swords, they're the starsters. Oh shit. Dude, there's so much. You know what I'm saying? So many secrets in this place. There's so many secrets everywhere. Problem is, you jump off and you go through all this trouble, like 5 minutes to get that little thing up on the ledge, and it's just a item that only
I also
gives
like
you,
your build a lot. It takes most of the enemies out.
Yeah. I do enjoy my build. Takes most enemies a 1 to 2 to 3 smack.
Small enemies like that on the ground are easy, but the big bosses take a little bit time, but you do get them.
Oh no, shit. Didn't survive this one. Look to me. I think that barely saved my ass right there. No, fuck! Not grabbing me. No. A piece of shit. Not what I wanted. What? I don't want to be back here. What? I'm stuck here now. Come on, man. Don't make me do all this.
Nothing is caught.
I don't want to be here. I want to get out of here. They're gonna make
So
me,
much lava.
They're gonna make me go through all of this all over again. Go back to the back entrance again. But when you don't know that, you're afraid that you're gonna go the wrong way. This is definitely Volcano. Oh shit! This is Volcano Manor, but it's definitely but it's definitely like its own little section that actually doesn't coincide with the rest of the manor. You know what I'm saying? I can't literally go nowhere else in the manor other than out the back little exit here. That's all it is. You get that trident. I don't even know why they would include this bar.
Yeah, no, let's go.
Literally have to go through all of this. Anyways, back to where we were. This place spit me way back out. Alright. What? That's pretty cool and funny. Giant sword right here. Huh. Guess you do system. We're already already at the boss? Oh yeah, missing that. Cannot open from the side. Whoa. Oh. I never got this before, huh? Cheers, Galaxy.
Cheers.
Stone crown, huh?
Galaxy of Vibes. Cheers, num 19,035.
That one's heavier and it's actually way stronger.
Bing bong bing from Galaxy of Vibes number 201.
I'd say way stronger, but it. This place is pretty dope. It reminds me of like Castlevania. Cheers, brother. Let's do it, Mr. Galaxy. Just filling up my cup with some water real quick. Bad fruit in it. No. Good, it just goes bad kind of quick once you pick it. There should be fruit trees everywhere. You literally don't have to do anything for a fruit tree. Just stick it in a good spot with some good sun, okay soil, help it get some water. I do miss kind of, you know, I guess, do miss living in the country sometimes. Oh, what is this place? Crystal dart. I did make it to that boss a while ago. Oh, it was from here that the boss is. Fruit flies, man. Weird how bugs come out of our plants. Right? Why if I have a banana and I let it sit there, starts to rot decay, do fucking flies come out of it? Makes no sense to me. Need to look into that and research it. Probably thousands of fucking Remember this fight or not? What is this? Books. Do you remember this fight?
Cutscene.
Yeah. First time I did this fight, can't remember what I'm supposed to do. I thought I was supposed to kill these kids and then that'll keep me from having to, and them being able to like power her. Oh, there it is. It's the one. Duh. Their second phase to the fight.
My beloved, have no fear. I will hold thee. Patient.
Oh yeah.
Into being.
Yeah, you know.
Where did he flee, is it to become?
Wait, what?
Be not alarmed. I would birth thee as a sweeting. Art thou now? Be not alarmed, nor afeared.
Well, I've got her open again, but I'm just being plus it anyways. There was that portal here. Where was that at? I passed it and I didn't take it earlier. I should have taken it. Academy Area.
First grade
Go
is a
back to that
magical
place,
age.
see where it is.
My students are so...
What is up, everybody? It is me, Devil Never Cry, and we are back with another Elden Ring video, this time covering the secret of Raya Lucaria's water wheel. Now, it's no secret and no surprise that this place is full to the brim with hidden passages and secrets, but this one in particular can only be found, or I guess heard of, when talking to Patches, everyone's favorite returning character from the Souls games, which loves to lie through his teeth. However, in this instance, he wasn't lying. To get to this place in particular, you want to head out of the schoolhouse classroom site of grace. Patches goes on to state that there is powers of their body. However, thanks to the power to the volcano, it's magma of grace, which
Welcome back to the left of story Alfries. Now, once there should be an opening to get up to this side of the island, and you're going to want to travel all the way to the 4 bowers. First things first, your in which you get, and the other one being a
good afternoon and good evening, wherever you are and whatever you're doing. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Welcome back. Scour the area with a fine-tooth comb for you and find. And to get there, you just want to go directly to that guy who's patrolling. Then wail on him quick enough, and you should be able to finish it off before it even has a chance to do anything. Now you can clear out the rest of the camp and loot at your leisure, and I'll meet you at the entrance to the academy. Once you reach the end of the bridge, you'll come across the South Raya Lucaria Gate Site of Grace. Using the key that you looted earlier, you can now go through the seal, and it will actually take you to the northern side of the academy where you see me here. If you interact with the seal in front of you towards the southeast, that will take you back where you just came from. And interacting with the one facing towards the northeast will actually take you onwards to the next area. So that'll take you over these broken bridges and will open up a whole new area to you. For now, face the southwest and head on up the lift. There's a few very...
Walk in for all your favorites during Little Caesar's Summer of Hot and Ready, like a thin crust pepperoni pizza for $7.99. No need to order ahead, just get here ASAP. Stuck the landing! Walk in for your hot and ready favorites like $7.99 thin crust. Pizza.
CDkeys.com. Pizza.
Shop the latest games and
makes me want Little Caesars hearing it go pizza.
Very self-explanatory areas ahead of you. Just progress through one and you'll find yourself back outside again, swarmed with zombies. Just clear them all out so that you can loot at your leisure. Try and not get grabbed by them because their grab attacks will actually deplete your FP. And then once you've cleared them all out, facing towards the bridge that takes you over to the next area, turn right and head back up the hill a bit. You'll find here there's a path on your left that you can run down, and that'll bring you to a level 4 smithing stone. The most important part of this area, however, once you've crossed the bridge and cleared out the skeletons, look above you to the left and you'll see there's some loot hanging off the edge of the cliff there. That is a particularly strong spirit ashes. You can hop off the bridge to the left and just jump on the platform there, but I'll show you the correct way to do it in this video, just in case you don't want to risk yeeting yourself off a bridge. So run back down and around to the right, as you see me doing here. Just be careful when hopping over that little lip that you don't fall down. Deal with the 2 marionettes just up above. And then you'll come to the marionette soldier spirit ashes. This specifically summons 2 of the marionette soldiers with the bow and arrows, and oh my god are they strong. They're basically glass cannons. They die pretty easy, but they do a phenomenal amount of damage. And I actually used these 2 to help me defeat the last boss during my first playthrough. That's how good they are. Hop off the ledge once you've grabbed the ashes and we'll move straight into tip 3. Lots more zombies and a few dogs here, just be careful as you're clearing the area. Come to the left hand side to the lip of this cliff and you'll see a scarab just off in the distance. You won't see it in my video because I accidentally aggroed it and had to kill it before I could hit record, but he's right where I'm aiming with the bow at the moment. And when you kill him you'll be rewarded with some ashes of war. But the main reason I wanted to show you this tip, once you've cleared out the area and got to the main building that looks like it takes you to the next area, turn around and start heading back down the hill where you see me going. When you get to this giant gravestone here, hop off behind it and you'll see some loot at the base of this gravestone down here. Once you clear out the zombies, you'll see it is an absolutely awesome looking Carrion Knight's armor set. I wouldn't blame you if you used this for the rest of the game. How cool does it look? I am such a fashion-oriented player in Dark Souls games. I love my character looking as awesome as possible, and this set is so awesome. Alright, let's move on to tip number 4 now. As you come through the room at the end of this section, you'll be faced with a giant rotating lift. Ignore that for now, and you'll be faced with another one of the naked vampire guys. Once you take him out, you'll be rewarded with the Gravity Well sorcery, and then it's time to get your platforming skills on. If you jump right, you can get on top of here, and you're rewarded with a Somber Smithing Stone 3. And finally, to set yourself up for the next tip, position yourself where I am, wait for the lift to come up to you and jump onto it, and then you want to hop off where I have on the next level up, and I'll meet you there. Once you've taken out the pathetically weak enemies here, run into the building ahead of you and there'll be a site of grace for you to rest at. Once you've rested there, deal with the sorcerer in front of you and then turn left. In here you'll find a scroll for a few new sorceries and also the Glintstone Craftsman's Cookbook, which allows you to make magic grease, magic bone arrows and magic bone bolts. So now no matter what physical weapons you're using, you can apply magic damage to them, which is really going to help with certain enemies. Also, before you leave this room, hit the bookshelf in front of where you picked up the scroll from the corpse. You'll see it was an illusionary wall. You can grab the level 4 smithing stone from the balcony just outside on your right, but more importantly, hop off the balcony on your left, keep going along and jump up these rocks here. There's another jump here, be careful you don't fall down, and then you'll be rewarded with the Alivinus Glintstone Crown. What's special about this helmet, it will decrease your HP by 10%, but it will also increase your intelligence by 3. There's another few headpieces similar to this that do very similar buffs and debuffs, and all of them are also used as part of a quest to unlock a tower later on in the game. Even if you're not going for an intelligence build and you're not bothered about these, make sure you pick up at least one so that you can unlock the tower that I just spoke about later on in your playthrough. Go back to the site of grace that we were just at, head back up and kill the sorcerer in front of you again, and this time turn right. You'll be faced with a couple of sorcerers, it should be very easy for you to deal with. And then as you go further up, you'll be faced with 4 more and a giant living jar. This can be a very tricky area to deal with, especially if you have no ranged capabilities. I'll speed up the footage a bit, but I'll show you exactly how I managed to do it, barely, with melee only, so hopefully it will help you get through it in your playthrough as well. Once you've cleared them all out and grabbed the ritual pot from the chest, you'll see there's a door that cannot be opened from this side. Do a 180 and continue up the stairs, killing the rest of the sorcerers, and we'll go and find out how to open that door right now. As you're coming up these stairs, you want to swipe at the first bookshelf on your left. And you'll see it was a hidden passage all along.
What? Damn, hidden. Where is that? Hmm.
Progress through here and you'll pick up a Comet from the chest, which is a great sorcery spell. Nowhere near as OP as the Comet Azure, which we'll collect later on in the game, but still very good. Just behind the desk is a stone sword key. Then you can use the ladder to climb up one floor. There's no loot up here, but you can hop down behind this painting here where the ceiling's broken. Drop down in this narrow passage and you're now in the room that connects to the closed door. There's lots of little baby living jars in here. It's worth taking them out before you loot anything because they will activate once you loot. And then you're rewarded with a Graven School Talisman, which increases the potency, i.e. the strength, of all your sorceries. So lots of things in this academy that are going to make intelligence-based builds very, very powerful. Now you can open that closed door and head back through. And in the next tip, we'll face our first boss of the area. They've put this boss in...
Right, cheers. Cheers, Mr. Galaxy.
Cheers. Galaxy of Vibes. Cheers num 19,036.
quite a tricky place because you've just had to deal with two massive groups of sorcerers and the giant living jar, and now you have to fight a boss. So I'm coming up to this boss fight with very few flasks left, so let's see how quickly he fucks me up. Okay, that did not go at all how I expected, and he's down. And with that, you're rewarded with a memory stone, which, as you know, increases the amount of spells you can attune at one time, and you unlock the Sight of Grace. Now let's move on to the next tip. Now, before we move forwards into the second half of this legacy dungeon, go back a Sight of Grace and head back out to the giant rotating lift. Head all the way to the top of the cliff where I am here. You can grab the items on the right if you didn't get them earlier. Now you want to wait till one of the lift platforms goes past and jump on and ride it most of the way down. Make sure you keep your eye on the other side of the lift, and when you see the platform that I've just jumped off at, follow me down. An absolute ton of enemies come alive here. Don't feel like you have to fight them all, just grab the loot and run if you want. That's exactly what I did. You'll get yourself a golden rune 3, and more importantly, the Avionet Soldier Spirit Ashes, which I'm not going to lie, I've never used before because I much prefer the marionettes. Now you can head back, jump back on the lift that we just got off of, and ride it all the way down. It will drop out underneath you, but it's fine. You can fall on the floor, you won't take any fall damage. And now be ready to face a Virgin Abductor. These enemies can be absolutely brutal. This is the Virgin Abductor that Patches was talking about earlier. If you let her kill you, and she has to kill you with her grab attack that sucks you inside, you will actually be teleported. You'll be do this, but if you mash the buttons on your controller while you're in any enemy's grab attack, it will reduce the damage that they do to you. You can see here, you can hear the damage ticks still going on, but I'm no longer taking damage. And that's because I was mashing the buttons on the controller. I think this is an intended gameplay mechanic, but trust me, it works. Whether it's a glitch or not, it works. Once you've killed her, you can loot a long-tail cat talisman, which eliminates fall damage. You become immune to fall damage. But don't make the same mistake I made. That doesn't mean you can make any fall. If the fall would usually kill you, it will still kill you. It just means that any falls that wouldn't kill you will no longer damage you. You can then hop up these crystals here, and at the end of this cliff, you can loot a Lost Ashes of War item, which lets you duplicate Ashes of War so that you have 2 copies of them. And you're done here. Warp back to the debate parlor site of Grace, where the boss was that we just defeated, and we'll continue on to the next tip. For the next tip, just explore the courtyard at your leisure. The one bit I'll point out specifically of them, and you're done here. Warp back to the debate parlor site of hop up these crystals here, and at the end of this cliff you can loot a Lost Ashes of War item, which lets you duplicate Ashes of War so that you have 2 copies of them. And you're done here. Warp back to the debate parlor site of Grace, where the boss was that we just defeated, and we'll continue on to the next tip. For the next tip, just explore the courtyard at your leisure. The one bit I'll point out specifically is this golden seed you can pick up just to the left hand side, and then if you keep following where I'm going, you'll come across a crystal crab which drops another one of the glintstone crowns. This one I personally think is way better than the other one that we picked up earlier, because it does the +3 int just like the other one, but it reduces stamina instead of health, and personally I think stamina is a much more maintainable resource than health is. That's all there is of note in the courtyard, so we'll move on to tip 11 now. Once you've cleared out the courtyard and done the side with the crystal crab and the golden seed, come to the other side and you'll see this broken bridge. If you hop onto it and sprint to the bottom, you can grab a smithing stone 5 before this. In this hallway there's a locked door on your 1,000 runes and the Carrier Knight's shield. That sorcerer, and you'll come upon a glint cut. Stones lead you to the end boss. Immediately look behind you and you'll see another sorcerer on the stairs. You can take him out and unlock another shortcut for this area. Now head back up the stairs, take out this sorcerer, and as you turn the corner we can drop down onto the rooftops. Be very careful of the marionettes here because they can fuck you up if you're an absolute moron like me. And now you look sufficiently like a pincushion, we can carry on with our quest. You want to head up the ladder here now. There is also a golden rune 4 that you can pick up just to the left hand side before you go up the ladder. And then at the top you've got 3 of them birdmen and a sorcerer at the end of this walkway. So be very careful and good luck. Once you've defeated them, head round to either the left or right, grab the meteor bolts and then drop down. Now you've got a few options, but I suggest you do the route in the same way I did. Come to the edge of this roof here, and as long as you're sprinting and time it right, you'll be able to make this jump like so. Now you'll need to take out many marionettes as you're on your way to this tower. 2 more will ambush you as soon as you get inside. Once they've all been cleared out, climb up the ladder, and up here you'll be rewarded with a full moon crossbow. Now that you're done in the tower, jump down here. Make sure you jump so you don't fall down. Hop off this roof and to the one just below, and you'll grab another smithing stone 4. And now you're done with this little detour and you're back where we were previously. Drop down again and take out the 2 marionettes. Then you can run straight forward all the way to the end to grab a golden rune 4. That's all that there is this way, so we'll turn around and head back. Now drop off on the right hand side where you killed the first marionette. Run over to this archway and you can grab an imbued sword key. The imbued sword keys are used just here. There is 3 imbued sword keys in the game, no more, no less. So this is a very important item if you are looking to 100% everything, as you won't be able to access a whole area of the game without picking up this key and using it at one of these belfries. Now you can jump over to this other roof and grab the 2 smithing stone 3. Head back where we were, And the final thing we want to do before we jump on top of the church is climb. So this is a very way to this tower. 2 more will ambush you as soon as you jump so you don't fall down. Hop on and you'll grab another smithing stone 4. And with this little detour and you're back where we were previously. Drop down again and take out the 2 marionettes. Then you can run straight forward all the way to the end to grab a golden rune 4. That's all that there is this way, so we'll turn around and head back. Now drop off on the right hand side where you killed the first marionette. Run over to this archway and you can grab an imbued sword key. The imbued sword keys are used just here.
I've got all 3. Goddamn, just playing like it.
There is 3 imbued sword keys in the game, no more, no less. So this is a very, very important item if you are looking to 100% everything, as you won't be able to access a whole area of the game without picking up this key and using it at one of these belfries. Now you can jump over to this other roof and grab the 2 smithing stone 3. Head back where we were, and the final thing we want to do before we jump on top of the church is climb down this ladder, clear out the crabs, and you'll be rewarded with a somber smithing stone 4. And also, from over here you can actually see another one of them crystal crabs. Shortly we will be where the crystal crab is, so we can just melee him if we need to. But if you have any ranged weapons, you can kill him from here, like so. And you get the Twin Sage Glintstone Crown for killing him, which basically combines both the buffs and debuffs of the other 2 crowns we've got up to this point. As you'll see, it gives you +6 to your intelligence, but also reduces both your HP and stamina by 10%. So if you just want to do as much damage as possible and you're really not worried about your health or your stamina, then that's the helm for you. Finally, climb back up the ladder and jump onto the roof of the church here. There's absolutely nothing on the right hand side, so we'll go to the left. You can see that item just off on the roof there, but we want to clear out the enemies first because they will try and ambush you if you go straight for the item. So take out the marionette, and then if they haven't already dropped down from your fight with the marionette like they did for me, hopefully you can coax the birdmen down with ranged attacks. Once you've cleared them out, you can go and loot the magic grease, and then grab the golden rune 3 from the beams inside before you drop down. Drop down very carefully onto this chandelier, and you can grab the 2nd Academy Glintstone key. If you recall from our Liurnia of the Lakes guide, Thops was asking for one of these. So when you get chance, go back to the church that he was at, right at the beginning of Liurnia of the Lakes, go give it to him and see what he has to say. Now drop down, beat up the sorcerers around here, and grab the Shattering Crystal sorcery spell that you can see. This is also where you can go to head outside and kill that crystal crab if you weren't able to kill it earlier. And finally, hop down the ladder here and you'll be back in the very first church we came to at the start of the video with the sorcerer and the marionettes. That is it for tip 12. I have one final tip where I'm going to show you where to find a legendary talisman, the Radagon icon, and also take you through to see what's on the other side of the portal. Make your way through the portal now that you're back there, and you'll see it's brought you to the Church of Vows. You'll now meet Miriel, Pastor of Vows, who's been affectionately dubbed by the community as Turtle Pope. You can give him pretty much every scroll and prayer book that you have, and he will teach you pretty much every single spell. He's like a one-stop shop for all spell books and prayer books, and he'll also give you some lore on Radagon and Renala as well. You can loot a gold sewing needle and gold tailoring tools here, which you need for Bok if you've been doing his questline. The gold sewing needle will progress his questline, and the golden tailoring tools will allow him to alter the garments of demigod armor, aka boss armor. Also, you'll find a statue here that will grant you absolution. From memory, you need a specific item to use it, and essentially what it does is it will revive any key NPCs in the game that you have killed. So if you're worried that you've messed up someone's questline, you can come here, be absolved, and the NPCs will be revived again. That's all I'm going to touch on in this area, because this is already encroaching into the Liurnia East video that I wanted to do in the coming days. So we'll head back to the academy and wrap up. Warp back to the debate parlor, head out of the north exit, hug the right hand wall and jump over the wall, run down this walkway and you'll see a ladder. Go all the way up the ladder, jump through the broken window and you'll be greeted with a chest with the Radagon icon inside of it. This is a legendary talisman and it shortens all spellcasting time. Absolutely awesome icon for spellcasters. And that is everything you need to know about the Raya Lucaria Academy. Good luck with the boss, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye.
Be a caster. So I don't really. I mean, I guess technically that one thing that I do with the Radagon swords, you consider casting, but. Cheers. What did they say was through that thing?
And you'll see it's brought you to the Church of Vows. You'll now meet Muriel Pato to head outside and kill that crystal crab if you weren't able to kill it earlier. And finally, hop down the ladder here and you'll be back in the very first church we came to at the start of the video with the sorcerer and the marionettes. That is it for tip 12. I have one final tip where I'm going to show you where to find a legendary
Galaxy of
talisman
Vibes
or
Cheers
Radagon icon,
1873.
and also take you through to see what's on the other side of the portal. Make your way through the portal now that you're back there. And you'll see it's brought you to the Church of Vows. You'll now meet Muriel, Pastor of Vows, who's been affectionately dubbed by the community as Turtle Pope. You can give him pretty much every scroll and prayer book that you have, and he will teach you pretty much every single spell. He's like a one-stop shop for all spell books and prayer books, and he'll also give you some lore on Radagon and Renala as well. You can loot a gold sewing needle and gold tailoring tools here, which you need for Bok if you've been doing his questline. The gold sewing needle will progress his questline, and the golden tailoring tools will allow him to alter the garments of demigod armor, aka boss armor. Also, you'll find a statue here that will grant you absolution. From memory, you need a specific item to use it, and essentially what it does is it will revive any key NPCs in the game that you have killed. So if you're worried...
I just need to look up how to get to the turtle quilt. Then that'll be how I get there. I also want to go that area where it's got like the freaking crazy ass evil eye. I need to go to the snow area. I want to go kill that tower or whatever it was. The Madness Tower. I'm probably be done. Because once I get to the turtle folk, then I can fix any mistakes that I made, I guess. I don't any mistake. I just haven't really interacted. Play straight for the bosses. It'll let you do that. Right.
sleepy. Better off not putting my face on the damn stream. Because I look like I'm pissed. I'm like... Me. I look fine when I'm smiling, I think. When I'm playing or watching or concentrating, I look like I'm pissed. I've lost like 4 or 5 levels worth of runes. Lost probably at least 2 or 3. Like yeah, I can go like, you know, down and around type thing. That one area. It's too late. I can't be. Look at all this stuff. Figure out what a bunch of man for instance with this, you know. Fall asleep. Have a good night. I'll see you guys tomorrow.